Okay, although this is going to be a Titan expedition stream, I run it from, well, I run every expedition from this save. And I like to go with a load of tainted metal. So I'm in the middle of running a derelict, which I started doing before I timed the stream. I didn't time the stream, but I wanted to come on at a particular time, and I figured I might as well start in media res, as they say. Makes me a lot more prepared because it means I've got my headphones on, it means I've got my sound set up. All the things I don't usually bother with until the last second, and then think this is so unprofessional. And so basically the reason I'm in, you can probably work it out, but the reason I'm in a freighter is because I like to take a load of tainted metal, because that grinds down to decent nanites, and when I'm running the expedition from this particular save, I go prepared. And there's not an awful lot you need to be worried about in this expedition. You don't need to go prepared, but it's just a nice quality of life to go with a decent ship that I can potentially copy over, a decent multi-tool that I can potentially copy over if I want to, and a stash of tainted metal, Mark II refiner, the basic quality of life things that just make life easier. Still haven't even got all of them. That might be the last part for the freighters. I can't remember what the last part is now. They come in order. It shows you that I haven't been doing many of these, considering I don't even have all of the build parts, or didn't until that moment perhaps. But I always run one or two, because if you can take, say, over 1,000 tainted metal, then that's 2,000 nanites that you immediately have in the expedition. And you get to the anomaly, that is. They called it when you get to the nexus, and that would annoy a lot of people. Now, I know from having run this one before that it's a relatively easy derelict. I like to find my own S-class derelicts, and I haven't found one on this save yet because I haven't done many. So, but this is just an easy one as opposed to a good one. I'm seeing many side rooms on this one. But there are no real foes on this one, apart from the green floating jellyfish. And I suppose I could just run it quickly, but old habits die hard. So I'm just kind of grinding it and getting everything. I guess nowadays you could come in with some chocolate ice cream in the nutrient ingester. Protect yourself a bit more from the cold. I didn't do that. But in terms of a nice, easy freighter, there's no kind of nests. I don't have to worry about bugs. There's no sentinels flying around in the ceiling. Or if there are very few. I haven't seen any yet. And theoretically, you get 500 painted metal by giving these to the scrap dealer. And you get a little bit more as you go along, as I just did then. And it's all lovely nanites on our expedition. It's everything. Yeah, so I've missed one side room, but I guess that's not important. Good idea to open both the terminals. No, I haven't signed in with security, so I have to go back and do that. We need those. Be more interested in looting, but we need those, otherwise we don't get the painted metal. I am doing the expedition again, but this is my preparation. But welcome to the stream, Alphas Rocky. My preparation is usually, because this is just like a cozy, take my main save through the expedition. And because I reverted my save, I'm having to do it again. And what I did last time, and what I normally do before I go on an expedition, is gather a load of tainted metal. Just because it's converts to nanites. It's a quality of life thing. It makes things easier. I'm not trying to rush it. I'm not trying to make it hard or grindy. I'm just trying to help myself as I go along. But I've missed a terminal, so I need to go back. Probably this one. Can sometimes be worth taking a what are they called, the emergency broadcast things with you, because sometimes somebody will have called in a derelict and it'll just be sitting there in multiplayer, if you do it in multiplayer in the expedition. You can't get through the door because you don't have the emergency broadcast unit. Yeah, well, I've deliberately picked this derelict because I know it's easy. There's just no foes. I can take my time. Right. While I'm here, I'll probably have a bulkhead because I got that new freighter. It isn't fully expanded yet. In fact, it's nowhere near fully expanded. If I was really grinding it out, I would use the... If you use... have I got the right type of weapon here? I haven't. I don't think it works with the neutron cannon. No, it doesn't. What have I got in my other weapon? My other... Yeah, that'll do. So if we put the bolt caster and we make sure it's not full of we shoot one... It's not working anymore. Oh, they fixed that by the look of it. Let's try the scatter blaster. You used to be able to speed run them if you... If you shot at least one bullet, then you could use like a skip. I can't demonstrate it because it wasn't working. When you're in a save where you're just trying to grind for bulkheads or for upgrades for your freighter, and you get bored of just doing the same derelicts over and over again, then that can make it a bit quicker. But it doesn't look like it's working anymore. Okay, so that should give us 500 more painted metal. Thank you very much. So I now have 1,442 tainted metal. All that rubbish it gives me in them. That's handy though. Let's keep that in my freighter. But I only just tidied up my exosuit, and now it's all messy again. I was using that, but I don't need them now. I might take that just in case we run into somebody else's derelict. Take that and that. Might as well take that and that. That's an indium drive, which I just kind of generally take, but I don't know if you really need it in this expedition. That's a Mark II refiner because it's a little bit better than the Mark I. I suppose I could just take some of these things and sell them. I don't really want that. Put in with the food. One living slime's not going to do us any good. Teleport coordinators, I'll keep those. No, that's just ordinary sale stuff, isn't it? Got some of those already. Can be worth taking some warp hypercores. Ben should do us. It's also sales stuff. Sell that now. 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 Keep that. Starting to remember where everything is in this save. Sell that. Don't really need those, but I've got a small collection just in case. Don't really need these. And sell some stuff. Let's start from the bottom. Sell that. Sell that. Sell that. I carry a load of stuff because of going to autophage camps a lot. So like loads of void motes, loads of parts. So it looks like my exosuit's full of rubbish, but there's a plan to most of it. All stuff that I can give to the autophage. Get rid of like that.
Units received.
It does make it tricky to work out what I'm selling though. Keeping that. Getting rid of that.
Units received.
I can sell that.
Units received.
It should be everything. Have I missed anything? Some sodium that I can tuck away somewhere. And gonna take that, gonna take that, probably gonna take that. Gonna take that just in case. That's everything, I think. I'm not really gonna take a lot. Expedition bound. You start to think, oh, I might need some carbon. Then you think, yeah, we don't get it straight away anyway, so does it really help? Probably not. Really, expeditions, you don't need to take anything with you at all, so I just like to take a few things to make it a bit less grindy. Like I'll probably take some chromatic. Oh, why did he park me there? So, technology. We want to take the personal Mark II refiner. Indium drive just because I often do, but I can't remember if you even need it. And all the stuff all the way at the bottom. So, take that just in case. Probably take a good stack of oxygen. Let's take an even amount of oxygen. Next we gives you the personal refiner, but I took the Mark II refiner. Don't know why they don't just give us that. I don't know why they don't just give us that. But I guess they see the Mark II refiner as just a little bit more of an end game, not end game, but more mid game maybe. I can't remember what you need to build it. I'll have a look in a second because that might be part of the thinking. Let's take some magnetized ferrite with this. What I'm doing is I'm splitting the stack down to below 10 and then going back up so I can get an exact amount. I'll probably want to take some wiring looms if I've got any, but I'm not even sure if I've got any. I've got some, yeah. Let's take 20. And PCM, I know we need that. Don't think we need an awful lot of it. Yeah. Sometimes we need a few of these, so let's take a few different. I've only got one quantum computer anyway. I guess we could take some lubricant because we know we need that. But that's kind of taking advantage of the fact that we know what comes up in the mission, but I'm not that bothered about it. Everything else is quite easy to make. I'll leave the lubricant for when we get there. That'd be actually something we can do. Is there anything else I really want to take? Oh, I haven't taken the chromatic metal yet. I don't need an awful lot. Like 800. That'd be immediately something I think, oh, I should have taken that, but never mind. Oh, yeah, I didn't check to see what actually was required to build a Mark II refiner. Would you say the Wraith is a good ship to consider getting in an expedition run because of the resource required for it are easier to source? I mean, I am generally a fan of living ships, so yeah, I would say if you've already got it, if you've done the expedition already, or if you're doing future expeditions, then living ships aren't a bad thing to grab. Some expeditions actually limit what you can get from the anomaly, so that would stop you. But yeah, in general, it could be an interesting thing. A lot of people just try and get an interceptor as soon as possible. I always think, well, if you're going to start getting an interceptor as soon as possible, you might as well carry over something, because you're kind of not on the expedition at that point. Just turn off PvP. Allow PvP. No one can join my group. Invite only. Don't really want voice chat enabled. On ship marker, we'll just turn that off. No one. No one. I don't know why they don't set these as default. Can delete base. They did for a little while. No one. Anyone? I don't think I'll set one up, but okay. Well, we happen to start where there's a load of... No, that isn't. It's just... It's not scannable. I thought we'd actually started somewhere useful. Actually, let's get the first thing out of the way. Because we've come in with our other save, we can just rename anything. So we rename that, and that pops that. Claim that in a minute. Does make things a bit easier. Reluctant to get sucked straight up by one of those things, because I've had a save where it just immediately killed me, and that's awkward. It's like I've got to do some swimming straight away. Yeah, but I don't really want to get sucked into a tornado when I've got no control over it. I actually started this... The second time I started this expedition, I got sucked into a tornado instantly, without any control over it. Well, might as well have those while I'm here. Still bugged that we can just grab them without opening them. Everything's bugged like that at the moment. And it did kill me immediately. It doesn't matter that it killed me, because you can just go and get your grade, but it was in a slightly awkward position. Although in experimental they have fixed the grade being too high thing. Grab that, that. Elysium straight away. That would have been handy. It just threw me against the side. And when it starts to throw you against things and you start to see your health go down, it's very difficult to resist trying to boost. And then if you do boost and you're too high when it lets you go, you're just going to die. There's not much you can do about it. Yeah. I can't use that yet, but I should have the pre-packaged personal refiner. Tidy this up. That one, it's that one, isn't it? Yeah, that'll do. That's okay. Put that away. Put that there. Haven't got any fuel. I've got some oxygen. No, I've got some oxygen I could burn, but I don't really want to do that yet. Yeah, and if you've got no control over where you're getting picked up, that was the problem. It was an immediate pickup. That's not scannable, but that is. We scanned it. I just want to check something. When I first did this, I logged in almost immediately when it first started, and I was able to name something before anybody else named it. So I'm wondering if it's still there, or whether it was just in my instance, or whether someone else also claimed it before me. Whether there's always forever going to be something marked by me on, oh, I'm going to get picked up. I don't want to get picked up near the rocks. That's the thing I'm trying to avoid. It's a nice secondary dihydrogen. What I did in my first run was scan for subterranean relics. I'm near water here, so I might not have any. Feel myself being picked up there, just on the edge of it. Yeah, I'm near water, so I'm getting sulfide, crystal sulfide. I didn't even know this planet had water. I don't remember seeing it before. Can we get picked up here? Is that one? Nope. You want the one with the lightning in it, don't you? There's one. Is that a safer one to be picked up? Yes, it's over water, but it's moving away from me. Someone's base. Am I going to get there in time? Probably not. Look at that. Underwater tornado. Only in No Man's Sky.
Extreme temperature detected.
Can't see the water line, and I've got no control over it, but at least it's water. Come out the right side? Probably not. Where's my ship marker gone? I can't see it. It's over there. Leave me alone now. I don't want to be picked up again. Oh, here we go. See, I've only got a tiny amount of thrust here. So I be careful where I land. Ah! I like the way it does that. It kind of whips you around on the edge of the tornado. Cheerio, thanks for popping in and saying hi.
Extreme temperature detected.
Get some... Got the dihydrogen jelly already. Got some ferrite. Just don't have a lot of fuel at the moment. I'm hoping it won't take 4 hours because I brought stuff along with me. But hi, how you doing? Although I'm not exactly going to rush, so it probably will take me a while. It took me 4 hours the first time I did it in an ordinary and a brand new save. I'm planning to bring over some stuff to make it easier, so it shouldn't take 4 hours. Kind of stuck without any... Haven't seen much carbon. I'm near water. What have I got? Got 14. It's not really going to be an awful lot.
Technology recharge.
Should be enough though. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad at all. So, hermetic seal. I can never remember what we use condensed carbon, so I'm going to have to get a bit more. That should do us. I'm going to have to go out and look for some condensed carbon, I think. Yeah, ferrite.
Prepared.
So just to double check, it's just condensed carbon. We just need to find those crystals. Because I'm near water, it's proving a bit tricky. Got oxygen. I can potentially do it the long way. Well, there's some. Why didn't that show up on my scan? Still lacking it. I don't really want to use any. Yeah, I was potentially the first one for one of these things, but the trouble is you can never tell what instance you're on. So you can think you've got the discovery because as far as your instance is concerned, you've got that discovery. But then you can return to the expedition later and find out somebody else got it first. Got that already. I'm looking for the hermetic seal, so just one of those. That should do us. Let's get off this hellhole. Come back to it later. And I really don't like expeditions that give us haulers. Alright, I'm in 2 mines here. What I might do is get some quartzite and then get out of town and then come back again after I've been to the anomaly, just to make things a bit easier. Yeah, it's definitely a perma thing, punching rocks. Otherwise you can just be there for ages. I am tempted to do an abandoned run, but I just feel like it's not quite what I want out of a mode, but it's a puzzle in and of itself. I just feel like there are too many things available to you once you've got the building parts. Someone's got a nice base here. What do I want to do? I want to land near water. Again, this is kind of difficulty mode training, because you think, well, I don't want to land until I know where I want to land, because I don't want to waste any fuel landing. I thought there was water on this planet. Maybe I'm wrong. The way that these newer planets spawn in, there's an awful lot of popping. Maybe I'll land here. Yeah, I do think like everything that Hello Games ever do, you immediately see the potential. They just don't always realise that potential. So I'd like to think they will continue to work on it and make it a little bit more interesting. Getting stuck on things because we're on an abandoned. Look at that slant, it's so weird. Oh, I haven't got my mining beam yet, so let's actually work out what's going on in here. Got a bolt caster. Mining beam could probably be supercharged. Terrain manipulator doesn't need supercharging, so that could be supercharged. That can go over here for now. That's in a daft place. Make that a bit more sensible. Put that there, put that there. Got plenty of that now. Oh, they're hitting hard. Only in normal. Oh dear, they are hitting hard. This isn't a perma move. You wouldn't do this in perma straight away. Did I damage anything? No, I didn't. That's also a perma habit, making sure nothing's broken. I suppose I could put this in. Didn't get anything else though, did I? No. Have I claimed everything? I've got that. Claimed that. That's teleporting. That would be handy. Put that straight in while I remember. How many have we got left? 1, 2, 3. That's the 3. I think one fell through the terrain. Is there anything on here? Can't quite see. Yes, there's something behind me. Got stuff over here. Yeah, I've had a perma killed by these things because they were bugged for a while and they were doing a headbutt attack even when they were like 150 meters away. And I was like, I'd fully escaped them. I thought I was fine. And then it killed my save. And when they fixed it, I actually reverted that save and got it back again because I just felt so cheated that it was supposed to be safe. I knew what I was doing, and then they were cheating. Obviously, there's a luxury you can only really do on PC or something else. We can, I suppose, some consoles you can keep your save, the earlier versions. Getting plenty of navigation data. I don't know if I'll actually use it. Oh. Sometimes this game's hitboxes are so annoying. I've already done that one. I don't think I did. Nope, I did. No boxes here that I can see at least. Is there one under there? No, that's a flower. Right, let's stop and think for a second. So... you can do all of these things elsewhere apart from that one. I'm thinking I'm going to get some so I can get out of this system and come back. Salt. 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 Quartzite. Not too far away. You might as well just go and get it. Good thing about this system is it does, of course I haven't got an advanced mining laser yet, it does give you a lot of the things you need up front, so you can get things like phosphorus, you can get things like uranium, so we'll come back. You don't need to scan flora in this, oh that's handy. Any smaller crystals? No. Just... Oh, there's one there.
Suit power cells depleted.
That's not the one I'm doing. I'm doing that one. Focus.
Recharge.
Should get these secondaries anyway.
Units received.
Doesn't have one in its advanced.
Units received.
Let's do a tree. And there's a whip plant there. Keep thinking they're crystals, but it's the lighting. Right, I've completely lost myself. Where was I going? Over there. I know I was close, but I couldn't. Don't really need an awful lot of this. I remember, I think it was the first time they ran the, I can't remember what it's called, the abandoned, was it Utopia? The abandoned expedition. That was around the time when they started having the horrors bugged. And I died at least twice trying to get the whispering eggs on that expedition. On one of the times I ran it. Because the horrors were just acting ridiculously powerful. If you were anywhere near them, they would headbutt you, even when they weren't actually anywhere near you at all. So you'd be taking their maximum damage. But all of them would headbutt you at once as well. I don't think I probably need much more than that. This is 2 to 4, so it doubles. Cell. This ship already has it, does it? Now you have to build it. No, it does, but I'm just not near it. Did I charge it? Oh, yes, I did. It was charged, rather. Of course, I only landed once, didn't I? Yeah, I didn't mind Adrift. It was not bad expedition. I liked the idea of having to really go around the planet a lot. But the first time I ran it, I found myself at a depot and immediately got the resources I needed to take off. So I ended up kind of foreshortening a lot of the early stage of the game and just walked out of it. Come back here. Look at all the moons. Let's cover the planets, warp to a new system. Pick somewhere with water. Oh, I haven't actually fueled up. Did I not put it in? Of course, it wasn't near me, was it?
Technology recharge.
Got water, that's got water, but that's out of range. You don't have much range to start with, do you? It's dissonant. I'm not bothered about that. We'll go there. believe the only thing you have to do is land to get the anomaly. So I think all you really need to do is get to space station if there is one. I don't see one. Have I come to somewhere abandoned? Possibly. Okay, land somewhere else then. What have we got? Verdant. Let's go into first person a second. And have a look in the discoveries because they should be discovered already. Yeah, verdant, spined, fungal, hyperborean, lifeless. This is really not great. I wanted somewhere either hot or radioactive, but no. Dioxide could be handy, I suppose. But that's a moon of Drapid. That's not Drapid. That's Drapid. That's the moon. Yeah, I need to do that at some point. Actually do a tier list of which expeditions I really enjoyed. Because there's quite a few of them now. So what's this, the 17th expedition? Some of them were quite different in shorter version as well. It's odd that they're only I'll read that out. I'm hoping HG bring back those cursed jellyfish monsters back as regular adversaries. It's odd that they are only part of the fishing expedition. You know, when you get the so they're in normal game, but you see them once, and you'll only ever see them once when you've got the what's it called? The Child of Aquarius, is it? Mining beam is nearly.
Technology recharge. Thermal protection falling.
Didn't analyze that. Yes, I know thermal protection is falling.
Extreme cold damage detected.
Is there any dioxide nearby? 816, that's not really nearby. Activated cadmium. Why did I come to this hellhole? 324. It's sheltered for a second. My lift will be adrift, cursed utopia liquidators. So, which one was adrift again? That's one of the ones that I can never remember. Was that the... Remind me which one that was. Cursed I did like. Utopia I did like. Liquidators, yeah, it was okay. I quite liked the fact that it was encouraging us to use the mech. I really loved the way that a lot of streamers and players that were playing it suddenly realised what the mech was, because until then a lot of people didn't really get it. And then they suddenly realised how powerful it could be. Like, it would be really handy right now. The abandoned. Is it the abandoned one? I thought that was Utopia. Utopia is the one where we have to convert a system, isn't it? getting them all mixed up, I reckon.
Ground protection falling.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's extreme, and it's not letting me get out. Oh, there it is. It didn't seem to be letting me be safe from the weather, but it has now. I quite liked the what was the what was the one where we had to die with the time loop?
Technology recharge.
From the living ships. Oh yeah, Utopia was quite good because it was quite challenging. You had to think about what you were doing. And everybody fell into the same trap because they all didn't properly read, including me, didn't properly read the thing about only being able to craft things in your own area. And one of the planets was really quite aggressive sentinel. I think it was the volcanic planet. So it was both very nasty to be on, and also sentinels were very aggressive, and you really needed to build a base, but you couldn't always build a base unless you were prepared and went there with things to build with.
Extreme temperature detected. Extreme temperature detected.
I really liked it. It was I had been asking,
Detected.
would it be LAN-like or no? What's losing my gaming points here because I can't remember the proper name for it. When you
Protection falling.
when you play a game where if you die, you kind of keep some things and don't keep others, but it is a permadeath situation. Roguelike. I never used to play Rogue. I used to play LAN or Moria, and I didn't like Rogue. It was boring. Ooh, okay. This is just Vanite Central.
Extreme cold damage detected.
As long as we can stay away from the sentinels.
Technology recharge. Ground protection falling. Technology recharge.
Alright, we should be able to go to the anomaly so I can make things a bit easier for myself. If I had whacked up the difficulty, I definitely wouldn't be going out into space with the interceptors on my tail just in case. Well, something I used to do quite a lot was I would redo the expeditions in a new save and put the difficulty to maximum. I kind of got out of the habit of it. Don't shoot me before it goes. Yes, that's better. I used to quite enjoy doing that. But fighting in space was one of the things that would really kill you early on. And then if you got stranded, because it wasn't permanent, it was survival. So you'd get stranded on a planet and had to fix your ship. So you'd really want to avoid combat in space. If you found yourself in a pirate-heavy system, it could be a pain in the neck. I'm just going to bring over... Oh, actually, I've got a few things that I brought with me for a start. So, quick transfer those. I'll keep those in there unless I need them, but that will be handy. They will be handy. That will be handy. That will be handy. But that is the most important thing.
No free slots in suit inventory.
Do it until I've done that. Can't you scrap that anymore? Oh, of course I haven't got any space, have I? I need to... What is... Dismantle is right trigger. It's not letting me scrap it. Oh, it's because I've got something in it, perhaps? That's better. Okay, so... Mark II refiner, chuck that in there. I don't really want to put that there yet. One space in the exosuit. I might as well sell that, but I'll leave that there. Don't really need that. So I'll put everything in my exosuit. And don't really need vicious fluids. Right, so first things first. Chuck those in there.
Technology recharge.
Put those in there. I only picked up 3 salvage data. There's probably not much I can do with that. This is slow. Yeah, the only way you would be able to redo that one would be to do the to use the save method on PC, and I'm not sure. That one might be one of the ones that's hardest to redo, just because it had special mechanics in it. I'm not sure how that one would work. How much do I need to copy over this? 2,800 nanites. And I'm going to get 2,752, so I'll just have enough. Oh, I don't have the warp hypercore yet. Shouldn't have bothered to make that. What else could I be doing? do have it now. I'm never going to use 10, I wouldn't have thought, but 12. Guess I could pop out and get a bit of few resources. There's not much here, that's the trouble. We need paraffinium later, so I suppose I could be doing that. Might even be a base. It was a verdant planet, wasn't it? No bases. I'm not convinced they'll let us do them on demand. What I think is more likely to happen, because of the way that a lot of expeditions work better as community expeditions, what I think is more likely to happen is if they ever get to an end state where they're no longer developing the game, then they might just rotate them throughout the year. So you'd only have to wait 6 weeks and you could then do the next one. But there are some that don't make any sense anymore. Like the very first one, what would be the point of doing that? Just make a different expedition that includes those rewards like they've done in the past. There's just no reason to do that one. It was just an introduction to expeditions. There are others like that just don't make any sense. And they definitely wouldn't make a lot of sense without the community aspect. You can't have concurrent missions with a community aspect. So you wouldn't be able to have 2 community aspect missions available at the same time as each other unless they radically change the way the game works, which I can't see them doing just for an expedition. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because then you'd get new players coming in and they say, where do I get this ship? And you'd say, well, it's scheduled for approximately February. And then they'd either go away happy or they would just play whatever expedition is available right there and then. I suppose I could be getting some underwater. It's cadmium, isn't it? Really need it. Yeah, and the other thing is they would be able to then not do the basic versions without the community element. They'd be able to have community elements built into them. So I want the paraffinium, and I don't remember what colour paraffinium is. just metallic, isn't it? It's like a greyish colour. See you in a bit.
received. Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received.
Right, let's see. What have we visited already? I just realised I was muted for a while. We have visited that one. We haven't visited any of the others. So we want to stay away from Huge, which is a green lush. Is that it? Huge, yes. Okay, so we'll go to the next one round. Yes, I do want to sell some stuff. I want to sell. Corvex casing. I don't really need the gold right now. We need the Mordite right now. Don't need the Heptanope. Don't need the living pearls. Don't need the platinum. I think I need the salt, but hang on to it for a second. I don't need those, but I do need the other one. Yeah, that's everything. What are you selling? Anything useful? Cactus flesh. Maybe. Just in case, you never know. I will buy the rest of your piecing because I don't have a lot. And a couple of navigation data will never hurt. Nice doing business with you. Put that in the ship. Probably put that as we got lots of space at the moment. We got down here nothing now. Put that out the way. Could probably make do with some ion batteries and maybe get some cobalt. Not much we need here. Might as well just land. No, it's not going to let us because that's overgrown. We've got one more creature to discover. Storm crystals, obviously the gas giant would work for that. Yeah, deploy nutrient ingest. We could do that anyway. Need some asteroids. That takes care of itself, so does that. Aquatic creatures, we're nearly there. 5. We could do that, I suppose. Construct a base. We could do that. The base computer. Hang on, I can't accept that phone call. Maybe I will have to take this phone call. Hang on. There can be no more important a conversation about what you're doing on your mum's birthday. Okay, catchment. So, no, I don't think you missed an awful lot. You missed me getting the paraffinium. You missed me muting myself for a while and not realizing. You missed me getting my Starborn runner. But you knew how I was getting it because I had brought a lot of... Whoa. So what have we got now? Yeah, I'm slightly frustrated on my Stream Deck. I used to have a little warning light that would tell me when I was muted. There used to be a red button that I would very clearly see if I was muted, and I can't get it to do it again because they've changed the way my microphone button works, and it doesn't have a custom alternate, which is frustrating. I do really like the run, and besides it, because this particular save is a serial expedition save, then I tend to just stick to the expedition ships. It's kind of the whole point of this save is the expeditions, so it isn't an expedition where I would maybe build a ship or go ship hunting. It's mostly to exploit the expeditions, this save. I'm going to get back out here and get some asteroids, because I know I have to get those. But I do like the runner, it's really nice. I like the design of it. It looks like a faster ship than it is. They didn't have shooting asteroids quite so common on the expeditions. They wouldn't remind people this is the best way to keep their ship fueled. Getting the hyperclusters. I always think that people that complain that the same old things are in every expedition are kind of missing the point that they're also quite often tutorials for people. It would be really nice if they reworked the initial tutorial system for getting your ship in the first place and the initial base building stuff all into the same expedition system, so it'd be like you started running an expedition. And it would give you the rewards instead of for just like completing each building thing, etc. You'd get the rewards like you would an expedition. Just get out further so I can see where I'm going.
Technology recharge.
But as we were discussing the other day, speed is a relative concept in this game because speed is dictated by altitude most of the time. I think I've been there. Come on. So it feels like the thing is slightly off center. The actual, let's use my mouse a second. Come on. Now it's not going to let me see it at all. Okay, we'll just assume that it's one we want. I really think that when the expedition, again, in this typical way that whenever something is introduced in No Man's Sky, you immediately see the potential for it, that it's never fully realised. The expedition system would have been brilliant for all sorts of things. For instance, a small single-phase expedition that is tailored to multiplayer for the weekend mission would be brilliant. So you just get a single phase, you have to do a certain number of things, different players can go off doing different things. And once you've all completed all of those steps, go back to the anomaly, hand it in. I just thought that's what they would do, and they never did. Much underwater here, but let's find out. Little puddles, but I don't need many underwater creatures, I don't think. Is there even enough space to get anything under here? Is it going to come around that corner? No, it's not. Yes, it is. Come on. Maybe it's further away than it looks. Darn it. Well, I'm wondering if they're all slightly disconnected things. Because if you think about it, Light No Fire has been in parallel development with this game for 5 years now. So, and actually 6 years now, probably. So it's possible that some of these things are going to be better realised in that game. We can only hope. This is proving tricky. Not even visible. I wonder if it's just under the terrain. Should have gone somewhere deeper. Yay.
Units received.
Yeah, and I think they are very aware of that, I think they're their entire strategy is make sure Light No Fire is as good as it can be.
Units received.
And the rest, everything they're doing with No Man's Sky, is just trying to keep everybody's goodwill and focus and press and general hype and buzz. So we've got a few things we can put in now. If you read the wording in their annual report to Companies House in the UK, every company has to file a report to explain who they are and what they're doing, and also to tell you how financially solvent they are. It doesn't have to be very detailed, but one of the things they always put in there, or they have been for the last few years, is that that they know that releasing a new game can be challenging, and that's why they're doing what they're doing with No Man's Sky. It clearly states it. I can't remember the wording. And that is an excellent strategy. I don't need the dioxide now because I've got some, but I've got enough. So I don't need to stay on this planet. Since I've got another one, what have I missed? Okay. All stuff I don't need right now, because what I want to do right now is get on these planets or moons. Yeah, it's clear that if for some reason, some ridiculous reason, that Light No Fire launches with a severe disappointment, it won't go well. But they are very aware of that, because their entire future of their company kind of depends on it. Well, absolutely. I mean, I'm not a Bethesda fan anyway, so I just kind of watched from the sidelines. I could see it was going to potentially be a bit of a... When Starfield was released, I could see it was potentially going to be an issue. Just by the way they were pitching it. And there are obviously fans of Starfield, so I'm not knocking that game. It's just not a game I would ever play. But they were pitching it to me. It's like, why are you pitching it to me? Why are you saying it's got all these things in it that I might want? that a No Man's Sky player might want, for instance. Because it's not going to be that game. Why are you pretending it is? And that didn't work out very well for them. Hi, Hawk. How you doing? So what have we got to? Number 1. 4 of 5. So we've got 1 more to get. Which one is it? Discoveries. Been there. We're on there. Been there. Been there. We just haven't been to Tessia, which is a mega exotic. I think it's more that from the presser's perspective, they're almost aghast that somebody would take a strategy of putting the stuff from their new game in their old game, because it's almost unheard of. I can't think of a precedence for that, and that's got a lot of press coverage. What's the name? Oh, Tessiad. That's an asteroid. But of course, what it also does, by saying, oh, this water system comes from Light No Fire, this lighting system comes from Light No Fire, is it tells people what's in Light No Fire without having to tell people what's in Light No Fire, which is quite a clever strategy. It's like giving people previews of a game without giving them preview, but they can actually go in and experience some of those things and see for themselves what it will be like. Which is the complete opposite, of course, to when No Man's Sky was released, where people were all getting an unrealistic expectation. I think it's because there's a part of me that's always been a teacher. I used to be a trainer. This expedition doesn't give an S-class staff. It gives an A-class staff that for some odd reason is rubbish at A-class, but pretty good at S-class. I don't get how that works, but it just seems to change from a rifle to a staff in terms of its stats. You ran into that. Okay, so we have now done that one. Install launch auto jet. Well, I've got one of those anyway, so I don't need that. It is strange the way that expeditions seem to give out A-class staffs and weapons and S-class ships. What you're really saying, Ignition, is there's no one that's quite as obsessed with No Man's Sky. wants to know how everything works. Yeah, the Titan staff is quite rubbish at A class, and then all of its potential is realized at S class.
Technology recharge.
Don't have much carbon. Should have been getting that while I was on the planets. Right, now that I have my horrible stutter there. Now that I have my starborn runner, I can just go straight to rendezvous points. I think we've actually done the most difficult part of the expedition, that first system. Is the thing you have to break the back of. Yeah, if you I made a video about analyzing the Titan staff, and it goes into detail. It also talks about some of the bugs that were there at the time, which one of them hasn't fully been fixed, which is why I've ended up reverting this save. But yeah, that goes into detail about what you'd expect from the Titan. Once we had, it's basically the same as the Atlas Scepter. Identical, in fact, but reskinned. But when we got the Atlas Scepter originally, there were variations. Depending on what system you were in, you would get a different seed, and so you could get better or worse Atlas Scepters with better layouts or worse layouts. So a lot of people are like, oh no, it's better than the Atlas Scepter. It's like, yeah, well, it might not be as good as your Atlas Scepter, or it might be better than the Atlas Scepter depending on what you actually rolled for your Atlas Scepter. But nowadays, if you claimed the Atlas Scepter tomorrow, or if you did it during the Redux over the holidays, then I want some creature pellets. Oh, I've got creature pellets. I've got to at least interact with an animal, haven't I? Fire it. There you go. It should come up now. No, it doesn't. Oh. But it came up once you interacted. Look once more, just in case. Yeah, it does. It just takes a while. So I need a bit more carbon. I'm sure I finished in the mid-sentence there. And yeah, so it depends how good your Atlas Scepter was as to how it compares. But nowadays the Atlas Scepter is exactly the same.
Toxins detected.
The best thing about it is that the Atlas Scepter and the Titan have really good slot layout. Might be wondering why I'm doing this. Because I want to adopt it. And the reason I want to adopt it is because these are really useful. Because you can scan on the move for these stupid... Oh, I just jumped off of it. I hit the wrong button then. There it is. Now, I used to be a technology, a type of technology instructor. I won't go into details, but I ended up in a job that I was teaching people about things that I didn't have an awful lot of knowledge about. So I had to kind of learn how to take in a lot of knowledge and then impart it. I do love the coloration of these, this new lighting model for the grass. It's so lovely. You can tell I'm not in a hurry. You can tell it's not a speed run. Notice one of the things I sometimes try and do is land heading sideways because it doesn't hurt. It's this weird thing in No Man's Sky is if you jump and then go into something sideways, I missed it then. If you go into something sideways as you land, it doesn't seem to hurt. Whereas if you miss it like I just did then, it does hurt. Endless supply of sticky honey. You can't get the resources from a pet. But for sticky honey, you go to one of those honeycomb planets that has the honeycomb assets. Then you can just shoot those, even though it doesn't come up as a primary or a secondary. You can just shoot those and you get loads and loads of sticky honey. Just go around the planet shooting them, everything, all the rocks, all the honeycomb. But other than that, you'd need to make a farm. So you'd need to find somewhere where there was a herd of them. Each creature has the potential of being in a herd. I'm not sure if the sticky honey creatures have the herd possibility or not.
Product received.
Oh, I didn't take a photo, did I? And I've just come away from the location. Darn it. How close does the photo have to be? Can it just be on the planet? Not paying attention. Right, land and see what happens. Stand over here. A nice flat space. Did that count? Yes, it did. That's lucky. I thought you had to be at the location, and that would have been a pain because it doesn't remark it. Yeah, I think now that we've established you only have to be on the planet, I could probably have just taken it from within the atmosphere. It probably would have counted. I probably didn't even have to land. So it is now. I've already got all of these rewards because I've done the expedition already. It is now asking us to do that for no real reason. But you get the advanced laser unit and the hazmat gauntlet, so it is worth doing. We can probably start doing this. We're going to do hermetic seal, metal plating. Two, not just the one. Hermetic seal. We haven't got any condensed carbon at the moment. What else do we need? Hermetic seal. Can't remember how much. There's not very much though, I don't think. I don't know why I'm just sitting here watching it, but I've got nothing else to do here. Okay, so we've still got. I'm not putting these in here. These are the ones you really need to keep putting in this expedition because you want to be able to get that last flora and fauna that for a certain value. Already got those. Already got. They're unlikely to be rare though. So, hermetic seal. I know what I did wrong earlier. I sold my wheat thinking, oh, I don't need that. So I'm going to have to go and get some. Luckily, we are on a paradise planet. Or a lush at least. Oh, we're on a ruined planet. Star bramble. Oh, come on, there must be some close by. We're never far away from wheat. Tried doing the catch fish on gas giant before doing the mission. It takes the fishing rod and it didn't count. Yeah, there are a couple of things on this particular expedition that you have to have installed the item first properly. So you can't just curtail them. There's some. I think there's a couple of them. I think this one as well. I think if you try and build a Nautilon platform before you have one, it doesn't let you. It doesn't count. What we had to make now, so I need to put it onto that particular... Is it bread? Yes, that's easy. That's very easy. We don't need to make that much. Only a few of those are... Yeah, I think there's only a couple. This is the weirdest recipe in the game. You put 4 wild yeast in, you get 4 wild yeast out. I guess it makes sense from the perspective of yeast, but it's just such an odd thing to have in the game. I haven't actually made the flour yet. Yes, I have. Is it only 1 nanite? Is that how much it costs in the anomaly? Yes, I think it's the Colossus. I think I might have had enough to buy a few of the things, and I might have tried that. That might be the one that I did. So the lubricant, no, I didn't bring lubricant with me. I need to remind myself which of the plants we need for the lubricant. Gamma roots, the one I didn't buy from the... We should get the... Put it in there. Need to buy some microprocessors or craft them. I don't think we've got the... Oh, we do have that. So carbon nanotubes. I've only got enough to make 1 at the moment because I used up my carbon. Is it for this we're building it for? Microprocessor, that's right. And lubricant is made from... I've lost it again. I've got the feesium already, so that's fine. And how many was it? Just the 1. So we just need to go and get... Don't we get the hazmat? Gauntlet for something? Is it for that? Yes. So find a storm planet. And also, I think if you're copying across an existing multi-tool, which a lot of people will do, then you might already have a fishing rod in it, so it would potentially break it. So they actually thought of that, which does make a change. I have to admit, they often don't think of these little details when they design these things. Dissonance. Activated quartzite. That one's got it as well. So on colloy and ebonine. this? No. One collie, that'll do. Any difference between the Los Angeles rig and the normal fishing rig? No, apart from the looks. No difference at all. Which makes sense. It would be a bit odd if it gave you some bonuses. It's just a FOMO thing. I wonder what that's marking. The base, nothing much. So I want to get up and find some land really before this storm dies off. Also, I won't be able to see. Yes, I can just see it. Okay. You'll note this isn't a very structured save, in that I could have really easily just stayed on the first gas giant and gathered storm crystals, but I didn't. I don't see storm crystals. Be what type of planet was this? Grassy, so should be okay. Just need to wait for a storm, I guess. I haven't seen these in the wild outside of the expedition, these foils. Oh, there you go, there's my rare creature. Haven't seen these at all anywhere else, so they are nice. I like them. Can't really see storm crystals without the storm. So I suppose I could fly around. Someone was saying the other day that these ships don't hover. They only move slowly forward. I don't think I'm moving slowly forward at all. I think that's static. Maybe I'm slightly moving? No one in my area. Yeah, I guess it's very, very slightly moving forward. If I look at the edges of the screen. Just cut it right down.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
It's very slightly moving. Well, it's incoming storm now anyway, so I might as well land. It does show a 0, yeah. But they might have a point. It might be going at slightly below 1 or below 0.5. It's hovering as near as darn it. Storm crystals. Where are you, if there are any? It's not 100% guaranteed that you will find storm crystals on a stormy planet. And I don't see any. Yeah, it could be 0.49 or something.
Protection falling.
I don't see any at all. Rather than mess around, because it's a dissonant planet, it's a possibility that it doesn't have storm crystals. I'll go to the other one. Some mega exotics that have activated stuff don't have storm crystals as well, so but not all. It's not that one, is it? It's not a storm though. Yes, it is that one. That's one of the strange things about storms in No Man's Sky. They're not only just planet-wide, they appear to be system-wide. So if you've got a storm on one planet, it will be stormy on the other planet as well. My favourite little known fact about the story is that when you first speak to Null, go to find Tower to talk to him, every planet in that system will be an activated storm planet. So if you spend a bit of time gathering storm crystals during that event, you can really save yourself some time later. If anybody wants to speed run the Artemis path, there's a tip for you. Nice planet, nice rocky outcrop. Well, I guess it makes sense that the other one will be a radiation planet, because you need both of those resources. Let's see if we can find any. Of course, this could also be one of those planets that doesn't necessarily have them, but it must do, just because of the logical idea of being on a rendezvous system. No, it's not what I mean. I mean, if there are two stormy planets in a system, then they will both have storms. If they do try and time them, but the timing doesn't always work properly for multiplayer. Yeah, I think you might be right about the storm crystals on the gas giant. Because I mean, I can't see any here. So the question popped back up again, but I did answer it. But yes, or rather no, the if two players are in multiplayer and one goes to a storm planet, and even if someone is in another system, I don't think it will be coordinated, but I'm not sure. I've never tested it. Oh, look at that. That could be handy. In 2 different systems, we'll have 2 different timings in theory. There's a base around. The not landing thing seems to be related to quite a few other regular bugs, and it seems like Hello Games continually revert to a standard setting that has some of these little bugs because other bugs are being caused by trying to fix them. So for instance, when you're underwater and you've got the clams, you should have to shoot them, but at the moment you can just go up to them. I haven't got the advanced mining laser yet. We're still not got it. And that and things like freighters shooting through themselves, all of these kind of proximity things, they all seem to be related, and I think they're all part of a single code base. And whenever they have problems and they're trying to fix something, they revert to a code base that allows all of these things while they try and fix the problem. And then all of a sudden, all of these bugs will be fixed again, all in one go. What was the... It was the hazmat gauntlet. Was the advanced main laser in the same one? Advanced mining laser, yeah, it is. Well, I guess we could go back to a gas giant, but I don't really want to. Maybe we'll see if we can, because we've got a bit of range, maybe we'll see if we can find a gas giant outside of the expedition route. Yeah, well, so that bug, if you're anywhere near a landing pad and you're pointing towards it and the game knows that it's in your front field of view, it assumes you're going to land on the landing pad, and so it won't let you land. So you have to turn around away from where the landing pad might be in order to land. And that happens over and over again and then gets fixed, and then it happens again and then it gets fixed. It's quite weird. No filter's probably better. Gas giant. See, you could say it was glitchy, or you could say it's in a safer version. There's almost like a safe version that Hello Games revert to. This is my theory, but... Well, it's a nice looking gas giant. Could do the building thing here as well. But it doesn't have water though. Oh, it's almost possible to see on this one. One on its own, I don't really want that one. One on its own. Two. Is there a small one just to one side? Yeah, there's two, not two. perfect landing. It's not letting me get in my ship.
Life support power low. Thermal protection falling.
Life support.
Technology
Power low.
recharge.
Doesn't look like there's water here. That looks like the lower ground. Is that water? I can hardly see. Oh, it is water. That'll do. If we build a base here. Yeah, we don't have anywhere near enough carbon. Does it need helium? What does it need helium for? I'll have a look in a minute.
Thermal protection falling.
It wasn't mine. Right, so what we really want is the build a base, construct a base on a gas giant. That's the one. Let's see what we have got. We've got no carbon at all. Okay. Let's jump in my ship a second. We do have plenty of oxygen at the moment. And we do have... No, we don't have much condensed carbon at all. Could get that here though. Condensed carbon doesn't show up on the scanner. That one does. No, that's it. Yes, it is.
Units received.
That one. Yes.
Thermal protection falling.
391. I'll probably fly to it after I made the base, so I'm avoiding all of this weather. Oh, thank you. That's respawned, thank you. So's that and that.
Thermal protection falling.
Probably won't need that.
Extreme night temperature detected.
Construct timber walls, 7 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I get under there? I can if I use my terrain manipulator.
Extreme heat damage detected.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Construct roof. Oh, I think I must have been touched by the storm there. So I'll put all 4 on. Rectangular door.
Temperature levels stabilizing.
Put it on base computer. There. Rename this. And upload it just in case. Now, I don't think I'm quite close enough to cast there, but I haven't got the fishing rod yet anyway, so. What's it targeting? Exocraft. Put that in the starship for now. Advanced laser unit for the exocraft. That's in the starship already. Mining laser. Right, let's go back to this one, which was what was targeting. Okay. So got 2 more to get. It reckons there are some over there somewhere. That's quite a way. Let's fly around. Oh, this. I forget about the gravity. Just so unused to there being a higher gravity. There's a couple. You have to be very careful not to land on them when you try and land close to them. My ship before that storm hits me. There's the pre-package. Is that it? Yes. Sorry. Cobalt. Actually, I could do with some cobalt while we're here. Craziest place in the universe to mine cobalt, but we'll just grab a bit more while we're here. Cloning ships, I think you need to store them. I think you need to store the one you've already got. I can, but it doesn't seem to like cloning into the same save. So if you've got Starborn Runner already, I think you'd need to store it first. You used to be able to just clone it easily, I think. I think you could just destroy it and then... What I will do, and I'm not going to bother to do that, but what I will do is take the photonics core back with me. That's the only source of the photonics core these days, unless you happen to have the blueprint from the earliest... I'll go back to my base and scan from there. So I'm foraging from a single point. Yeah, the photonics core was an old item from the very early stage of the game, and then they never used it again. Well, not for ages. That's not too far away. And I certainly wasn't playing back then, so it's my only source. I always used to get frustrated when people would say, oh, look, my perfect maneuverability bonus. And you'd look at their layout and they had a photonics core in it. It's like, yeah, well, it might be your perfect one, but most people can't get that. But now at least we can. Do we need? Quite a lot. Probably more than this resource. Oh, I love a high maneuverability. But again, it's one of those stats that can be a little bit deceptive. going to quite eke out enough, I don't think. There. It's going to be just slightly too little amount. Oh, maybe it will just get there. Come on, stay on. 119. 120. No, it's not going to be enough, I don't think. Oh, there's a tiny bit there. 226. I don't think there's any left. Just out of paranoia, I'm just going to do that. 220. It took a little tiny bit extra. Where? It's not getting any more there. That's the one we're at. It really should grey out once you've exhausted it. Or just visited it even. There's someone over here. That's not far away. But I'm not leaving my ship. So this would have been the sensible place to get us to build the Colossus. Teach people about how an Exos craft can be protection against weather.
Extreme temperature detected. Thermal protection falling. Technology recharge.
Just going to widen the beam a bit, grab a bit more, just for luck. Don't think we need it. So it says complete that, but I don't think I have. No, I need to go back to a radioactive planet. That's somebody's base. Probably got some stuff on it, but I don't want to use that. Select that. Lithium methane, don't really need that. I don't think. Put that in the starship. Not even sure why I have that. Don't need that anymore. We really need that, but you never know. Probably don't need that. Don't really need that. What else is in this system? Overgrown. Vile anomaly. Nothing useful. Catalogue, materials and items, plants, locate. Don't want a freighter. But the other day when I was talking about freighters spawning exotics and there weren't enough defenders, I've been to a few since and I have seen enough defenders, so I'm wondering what the rules are now, whether there have to be a certain number of attackers. Again, there used to be that years ago now. There used to have to be a specific number of attackers for a specific number of defenders. I'm only seeing 2 here. 3? No, 2. Not enough anyway. You go away. We want Gamma Root, and that will be... what's it called? Ymer Delta. Gamma Root's on that one as well, but that's going to be further away. It looks like we're going to this one because I can see that one. How did you get stranded? What did you... You mean it just didn't have any, you didn't charge it up? You didn't have any launch fuel? When I first did this expedition, the second time actually, when I was doing it on this save before I reverted my save, I deleted my multi-tool and I deleted my multi-tool and I no longer had... what is it on? Is it the advanced mining laser you can't build? We didn't have a blueprint for it at the time, but I think we do now. I think they've added the blueprint. Right, I was here looking for plants, wasn't I? So I want to... should be able to see. I should have gone to the dark side of the planet. It's a lot easier to spot. As it glows, there's some. Is it the terrain? Yes, it's probably the terrain. Yes, I remember now, because the moment I realised it didn't have a terrain manipulator, I was in a deep, deep ocean, and I didn't have an awful lot of protection in the ocean, but I had the Nautilon. But I went into a cave looking for the deepest amount that you needed, and because it was only a narrow entrance cave and it was quite labyrinthine, I couldn't find my way out of the cave. So I thought, never mind, I'll just jump out of the Nautilon and I will burrow my way out with my terrain manipulator. and I didn't have one. And so I got back in my Nautilon. It was running out of fuel. I didn't have any way of making fuel. And in the end, I just thought, oh, forget this. I'm just going to revert back. And I reverted back to where I got out of my ship at the top of the ocean. And I had to go back to the anomaly and bring over my multi-tool in order to actually have a terrain manipulator. And the reason I didn't have it is because I brought over the same multi-tool as I've got in my currently sitting. I could bring it over, and that doesn't have a terrain manipulator. I never bothered to put one in there, so I figured, oh, I've got a much better multi-tool now, I'll just delete my worst one. We didn't have a terrain manipulator in it. So do we have enough to make the lubricant? Yes, we do. Is it only one we need? Yes, it is. I think they kind of want you to put the bread in for some reason. What does the bread do? Hazard protection. And I guess it will be handy. I'll activate it if I need it. Yes, the brood basher, which is just my renamed version of... Oh no, it isn't the brood basher. The brood basher is my renamed Atlas Scepter, because I was using it in the bug one, the expedition with the bugs. What was that one called again? Right, have we got anything? We need to do the fishing, but have we got... I don't know if we've got that expedition thing yet. Meal in a can. Yes. There's the fishing baits. I don't really want them. You can have them if you want. Where was I? Nutrient ingester. We got the fishing bait recipes. But we haven't got the fishing rod yet, have we? What do we get that one from? Okay, install the exosuit pressure membrane, which we get from here. So going to Rendezvous 2. Cool. Yeah, I use the name Pharaoh on Beetlebum's Discord. You should find me there. The easiest place to find me is if you search for comments in the discussion thread about new updates, because I would most often talk about what was coming up and speculation and what the new updates contained. But you should find me there. I certainly find myself there when I'm looking for stuff. Be able to reach the expedition. You'll also find some of my bug reports in the bug report channel, and you'll also find me in the self-promotion section. I used to put all of my videos in there. I'm out of the habit of doing that. I really should keep putting them in there, because there's certain people that in that community that watch my videos that aren't necessarily followers. still don't have enough viewing numbers to actually get ad revenue, which always makes it frustrating that people get ads on these things. Let's hope things have been fixed properly. Oh look, it's not letting me land because of people's bases and their landing pads. There you are, you found me now. What am I doing? It's just dropping it, isn't it? What we have to do here, we have to reach the actual rendezvous point, which is here. You have to take a photo. Got a bit of fuel to start with. I don't remember if we've got the ingredients to make fuel, so we have to look out for cytophosphate and salt. But we do have things to put in here. Oh, wrong type. We don't have things to put in here. Fair enough. So what do we need to make for this? Yes, it's definitely nice. I mean, they had buffed it previously. Obviously, giving it a boost does help, but they had buffed the speed previously. But a lot of people just didn't notice because they never used it, because they were always considering it to be too slow. So I think the speed's pretty similar to what it used to be, except without the boost. It's given us that. It's given us plants. We need to build that anyway. Hermetic seal again, but 3 of them. Hydrothermic fuel cells. And what do we need for hydrothermic fuel cells? Fuel cells we want cytophosphate. Yeah, cytophosphate and salt. Could have got the salt elsewhere. Right, I'm going to have to take a quick break. So what I will do is, because it's a multiplayer thing, I'm going to quit to mode select. Yeah, I'm going to jump out first. Victor mode select. And sit there for a second. And we're back. Nautilon, Minotaur, and Nomad for normal usage. Colossus, especially for gas giants. I use the Roma and Biker, the odd ones. I never use the Roma. Oh, hang on. I never use the Pilgrim. You always use the Roma. I was specifically requesting that they gave us a Colossus refiner. Now, theoretically, that was, yes, the Nomad, isn't it? Because I don't like the hover. I think it looks silly. Get the sonar at some point. Now, theoretically, there should be a wreck here now, shouldn't there? But what do we get? When do we get the sonar? Under pressure, install. Reinforce the exosuit for deep water exploration. Complete the pressure membrane installation. I can't do that straight away. I need the bits. So I have to get to the bottom of the sea anyway. I don't mind that it needs carbon. That's not a problem. What I think we should have had is a piece of specialist mining tech as well. You could just park the Colossus over a hotspot and it would mine. You could use temporary hotspot mining. Am I right? We have to get some glass while we're here? We do need cytophosphate of some kind.
Technology recharge. Units received. Thermal protection falling.
Yeah, if we could use the Colossus to look for hotspots, sit on a hotspot and temporarily mine, and then refine what we mine, that would be excellent. And it would give the Colossus a purpose. And it could also allow for kind of chaining, because if you could mine something and put it immediately in a refiner, if it was all one thing, i.e. a vehicle, then we could have our first taste of automatic mine and immediately refine. That would be really cool. It would just give the Colossus something to do, really. So what do we need? We want... It's not amino chain. We want that. So we got that. So we need the salt. One of these must have salt, but probably one of the minerals.
Life support power.
That has chlorine, but that's not immediately useful.
Suit power cells completed.
Doesn't last long down here, does it? Crystal sulfide, glass, pure ferrite, underwater construction plans. Nothing useful then. Yeah, I was hoping I wouldn't have to. I didn't really want to have to start refining chlorine, but I suppose it would. It wouldn't take that long. I'd like to find something with... I thought there was something down here with salt, but I can only really get out of my...
Technology recharge.
That's got a secondary of salt. It's probably not going to be enough, but...
Thermal protection falling.
We could probably do it. Yeah, thinking on, I could have got lots of salt. But there was something down here from the previous...
Units received. Life support power low. protection falling. Technology recharge.
Stupid jellyfish. I don't want to roam too far from my Nautilon. These don't reply, do they? Oh, they're refined to sodium nitrate. I didn't know that. I don't remember doing that when I was getting all of the recipes. Oh, it's different.
Life support power low.
Carbon, that's no good.
Thermal protection falling.
Yes, I know. There they are.
Technology recharge.
Jellyfish coming out of everything here.
Thermal protection falling.
Low on ammo. Leave me alone. Well, where's I put the Nautilon? Oh, there it is.
Technology recharge. Thermal protection falling.
I just build the one, or can I just the one? So how much do I need for another one? Not too much.
Technology recharge. Thermal protection falling.
I bet there is something else I'm missing that we could just mine salt for. Like the sea glass, but first of all, actually no, let's just collect the sea glass now because we can actually survive out there now. Let's go up a bit. It does work, but it's not the hazard protection that's really killing me, is it? I suppose it is a little bit. I was timing it. One of those kind of abortive streams. So I thought, oh, well, I'll just see if this thing works. Let's see what works and what goes in it. And I found that all I was really doing was putting a stopwatch on, which doesn't make for much of a fun stream. So I just deleted the stream.
Technology recharge.
This doesn't make a huge amount of difference.
Thermal protection falling.
But it's life support that's really making the hit. And obviously boosting isn't helping my life support. Well, there's actually some kelp sack down here. Last time I was in deep water, I couldn't find any kelp sack.
Technology recharge. Thermal protection falling.
You don't have an awful lot of fuel either, so it's like you have to make more fuel. But I should be pretty close to getting all of the... Yeah, I need one more, then I can go to the surface, so... Absolutely, it would be terrible in perma. It would be interesting to come down here in perma. This one I've already got. It doesn't seem to have a light coming out of it. Okay, we got. I don't think we'd have to do anything else in the water, do we? Bridging laser pump. So that would have been handy a minute ago. Lithium. Should be lithium down here, shouldn't there? I need to build that, so I need... Okay, we can get that stuff. What is it? 3. Okay, let's not worry about that right now. So let's put the... Has it gone to my exocraft? Yes. Put the beam in. Put the scanner in.
Weapon charge depleted. Recharge.
Alright, it's a bit easier now. You would definitely build all of the stuff before you came down here in permadeath. Just making sure I've got the fuel because I'm not sure if I'll reach the surface without it. So we just need some carbon. So that should be any of these. Oh, actually, they might not have carbon. Yeah, it's got oxygen, so we can always make the carbon, I guess. We've got
Fuel required. Technology recharge.
it's one of the reasons why it's slightly disappointing that we can't get to purple systems on abandoned mode, because it would be quite challenging to get to the bottom of an ocean and have all of your blueprints. Where's my ship? Might as well go towards it. I do like deep ocean planet ambience. Just wish there was slight better variation of creatures, because you get some of these creatures in normal waters with a good mix of other creatures. So where are we at now? Now, theoretically, there should be a sunken freighter on this planet now, because it seems like they always wanted there to be one and then didn't put one in. So let's find out if that is the case now. Yes, there is. But where is it? Over there. 2 hours away. No, we're not doing that then. This was definitely one of the weaknesses of the expedition, so I'm glad they've fixed this. Seems an exceptionally hard landing considering how slow we come in. Seemed to confuse a lot of people though. I made a video a long while ago about how to find the Hello Games planets or systems, for expeditions if you had to backtrack or couldn't get to a system. And then they introduced the got a base here, but I don't think it will matter. Then they introduced the you don't have to go to the space station for it to go into your list. That didn't pop. I just did inspect the log. Okay, it's making me do it again. But what I didn't bank on was how many, or what maybe they didn't bank on, was quite how many abandoned systems they would choose to use. How many uncharted systems especially, because obviously abandoned systems you can get back to, but uncharted systems you do need to use that trick of going to your list and setting a waypoint. Faster, is it?
Fuel required.
I think I'll have enough fuel to get to the surface. Almost jumped over the ship then.
Technology recharge.
Never to get any phosphorus, but never mind.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Probably don't need it now. My first full expedition Voyager, 1 month into NMS, was a wild ride. Took me 1 month, 1 hour a day of play. I got lost, had to use portals to come back the expedition journey. The expeditions were way easier now with the space station marked as R1. Yeah, it's definitely a good idea. I don't want to use these, I want to take them back with me. Reach the third rendezvous. I probably need to think about getting that fishing rod. We need some carbs. We need some more carbon, so we probably can just make some. I knew it would come in handy when I bought it. I didn't know what for.
Technology recharge.
Yeah, that hot-blooded creature was bugged as well. So depending on what platform you were running it on, might have been a while before that was fixed. And then it could be bugged even after the first patch, I think. I can't access that while I'm hyperdriving, so I might as well do this now. So I want one more of those. Hydrogen jelly, chromatic metal, fishing rig, done. I'm almost tempted to just go back and do the fishing. Yeah, I might do that. It was theoretically one jump away with this ship. Where was it? There's definitely some stuttering in this galaxy map now. Is it there? No, that was the Hello Games one. It wasn't there. Not sure why my base isn't showing up. Let's go to the anomaly. When the bug first occurred, I had to go in and edit my save so that it was back at 0, so that it was wiped out and you didn't have to, as if I'd never seen a hot creature, so that I could then scan it and get it again. But that was before the fix, I think. That was like a expert workaround that probably wasn't making a tip video for. Yeah, there's always that last minute rush some people have got to make when they're having to patch expeditions, and you can only do certain things once the patch is working okay. Now, can I reach? I can actually fish through the door. So what bait do we have? Do we have anything? Yeah, we've got mealworms. Can't just drop it on there? Obviously a sci-fi fishing rod. We can fish straight through glass. We've actually got the right thing. No. Where is it? Is it? There. Because I can see what I'm doing then. I certainly did that. If you look back at my streams when I was trying to test the fishing on gas giants, I just went into a cave and stood on a ledge that I'd created. But it was still bugged back then. And we couldn't catch the colossal fish, and then we couldn't catch the stormfish. But it's all fixed now. Those kind of oversights just seem so strange. It's like they're not... The people that are doing the testing for Hello Games are not kind of thinking, okay, we've got this being introduced, it's got fish. Can you do this? It's like there should be a list of features of the game. They just cross-reference. Will it work for fishing? Well, what does it need to do? It needs to catch these types of fish. Does it? No. Let's fix it before we release it. Don't want those either. And pilot a Colossus exocraft, which we should have. Oh, we didn't. No, we haven't been there yet. I was thinking we hadn't taken a photo again. Yeah, there's all sorts of weirdness with terrain manipulation. For a while, I don't know if it still happens, there was a weird bug when they were trying to fix the water levels. I went into land and I couldn't land on the surface of the gas giant. It was landing me in the cave that, because I had created the cave, it recognized it as the terrain. So it was going straight through the terrain into the cave that I had created as the land that it was landing on. Yeah, but there's a methodology for testing. I know getting bugs out of software is one of the hardest things. So I'm not going to criticize fully, but it just feels like there's a methodology there that they could have used. Just having a list of features last minute before you put it out. There's a list of features to go down that the new patch impacts, and they didn't do that. They don't just need testers, they need a head tester who can create a methodology for them. Should indeed be. I mean, they should. It doesn't matter what method of testing they use. These kind of things should be picked up. I just don't get it. Maybe they just put them on the. They find out there are problems. They put them on the back burner because they need to get things out in a particular time frame. Maybe we were speculating. That's quite a long way over there. Let's go on foot. That'd be fun. We were speculating that maybe the reason they released it during an expedition, of all things, well, it's part 2 this is, was because they really, really had to get it out in January to give them time to put this expedition out and also do something else later in the year. So that speculation is kind of, are they thinking about doing something with Light No Fire earlier than we think? But of course, that's partly wishful thinking. It's definitely cheaper, but it's very frustrating for us to have to do all the testing for them. And some things you lose a bit of goodwill for, because it's like, come on. It's like they still haven't fixed the Exocraft chevron bug. Tiny little bug. Doesn't really impact anything. But I've told them about 3 times. Sent them a video on it. It would be so easy to fix. It's clearly just a miscount. It's like an offset error. When we have to build the Colossus, I'll show you the bug I mean. Oh, I don't need that. I can just put that down, can't I? Where's the... There it is. We've got plenty of navigation data. I missed it. Trying to get that lightning. Not going to land next to me now. Right. So that's... We're going to keep those. We're going to keep those. Should have used those though. Don't know why I didn't use them. Must have just missed them. Yeah, exactly what we were discussing that the other day. It did make it feel to me as if we were we had been grinding for something that they just suddenly said, "Oh, you didn't need to be grinding that for. Didn't need to be grinding for that." And then at least they've reverted it. It's not. It's almost like I would like it now. What's going on here? Someone else must have landed where I was landing. Right. Have we got enough to build a Colossus, I wonder? Do I really want to build it here anyway? Probably not. I mean, there are higher priority bugs than others. So when they have things like some, but only some lush planets have really patchy grass that they shouldn't have, and also have when you do this, the game crashes on you and it spoils your progression in a particular storyline. And clearly that second one is much more important than the first one. I need some metal plating. But there are some bugs that would be just so quick to fix. Like the one I'm about to show you. I don't need to summon it even, okay. Right, so... I know I haven't got a freighter, so I can't demonstrate it. I don't think. Let's see what happens anyway. I think I need to go past it. Let's try. Quick transfer to Colossus. Doesn't even give me a chevron. That's possibly why then. If I do a quick transfer to my ship, you get a little chevron next to the starship. If I do a quick transfer to the Colossus, I should get a little chevron next to the exocraft. If you have a freighter, it puts it there. So it's clearly offset. It's going the wrong way, or it's ignoring that. So if you have the freighter, you quick transfer to the freighter, and it puts the chevron there on the multi-tool. Someone spent a while programming that, making sure that chevron was there. They introduced it in a patch. And then it stopped working almost immediately, and it hasn't worked since. And it just seems silly. It would be so easy to fix. Just an offset error. Put a load of things in here I don't want to put in there. That can go in my ship. That can go in my exosuit. Nothing else I need here, I don't think. So we've got that. We haven't collected that. Got that. Which we don't need to build. Go to the fourth rendezvous. Did I pick that up? We don't need to worry about it, do we? There's not much left now. It's a little like this sudden bug that's come into the automated mining units, or whatever they're called. It's frustrating because I've been prophesizing how they have fixed that and how that is a really good thing for early game now. And then they're suddenly disappearing on people if they build a base after they've planted them down. People are wondering why they're disappearing. So it's now getting out there again that they're rubbish and don't bother with them, which is annoying because they're not rubbish and you should bother with them. They're really good for early game. Look at that. Is it this again? there. Add next to the giant red cabbages. I don't want to sound too negative. We're only moaning because we love the game. And we want it to put its best foot forward. Yeah, but it isn't fully bugged. I mean, they work fine. It's just if you put a base down afterwards, that's where it starts to get a problem. So they seem to be working fine. And it's definitely a good thing to do. It's just, I mean, it is a little bit frustrating that it's broken it. Yeah, I mean, it's a short-term thing for early game anyway. And early game, it doesn't have as many problems. Got that. Take a photo. And also, I think in early game, if you're using the harvesters, then you're learning that you can harvest things, and it encourages you more to start doing other types of mining, the more automated mining. So that's a good thing in and of itself, that it gets you in the habit of not, because one of the main criticisms you see over and over again from people online, especially on YouTube, they're like, oh, I'm going to review to see what No Man's Sky is like now, and they play it for a few hours and then they come away from it saying, oh, it's so frustrating that you still have to mine everything all the time, you can never escape mining. It's like, yes you can. We can all escape mining pretty quickly. Really got enough nanites already. What have I got that I can... Do these turn into nanites? They don't, do they? They should do. I'm pretty sure they're just like storm crystals and they don't do anything much. I shouldn't have just deleted those fish. I should have let them go, I suppose. I haven't got any space for that. I suppose I could burn those. So I need 50 odd more. I could just give that to Kronos and hope he likes fish pies. Yeah, could sell the prepackaged modules. I reckon Kronos is going to love my fish pie. It's his favourite food. You'll see. I mean, he'll be gushing about it. It's a fun way to do it. I don't think he'll have it there. No, he won't. That would have been a safer way. Yep, he did love it. And there we go. Kronos was finally useful for something. I don't want it. Ancient bones. Are there any on this system? I presume there must be. No. Bit of a strange oversight. Okay, maybe it's some in the next one. Oh, this isn't my ship. My ship's over there. Well, I only needed 50. I think he was quite likely to give me 50 nanites. Fish pie is probably a 5-star item, so... you can check that. Fish pie. No, it isn't. It's only a 4-star item. Fair enough. But your average yield for a fish pie is 68 nanites, according to Assistant for No Man's Sky app. What, the first planet on that last discovery? Did I just miss it? Or do you mean right back at the... I don't know. Pretty sure there's one here. It will be, I'm sure. Was that where we were last? No, it wasn't where we were. Ancient bones. So, Ipto. Okay. What else is there left here? Not that. It's given us a load of pot. Might as well do these. I don't want that. Is there nothing else I needed to put in there? Didn't really need to put them all there then. Never mind, doesn't really matter. Definitely don't want that polished stone though. Where's it put there? I like this planet. I like these trees. Oh, it's taken a while to turn over. Is it gonna bug out because I was upside down? No, it's finally gonna land. What's it trying to take me to? I don't see anything in that direction. This is really not very good these days, this when it tries to do ancient bones. Specifically, ancient bones don't work very well. $549. Do that one. Could fly there, but it's quite a nice planet. And this yellowy golden colour looks great with the new lighting. Have I missed it? Yes, I've missed it. 2. Oh no, 4. Excellent. We need one more. That is slightly too far to run, I think. It's about 4 o'clock from me. Got a static shock from my microphone. It does seem odd that they give away these things in ways that you can't take back with you. Like, for instance, it would be perfectly fine to just give everybody all of these building parts without having to get them in the normal game. Right, so explore on foot. We haven't quite explored that much on foot yet, so we've got to do another 2,000. But I suppose we might want to do some of that at the final rendezvous. So we don't want to do that. We want to run it. So I know what to look out for. I need to look for the portal, but if we run it, we will definitely get the last one while we're on the way. We go back to that for now. Just run in that general direction. At least none of these had like 3,000 units away, imprecise locations. Someone else is running it. Couldn't you see that from there? Maybe they were doing the same as me, trying to get some stuff on their feet. There's a hole in the terrain there. Oh no, it's gone now. It's just a rendering issue. Landing there, I think. Blimey. Usually these walking ones work themselves out on their own. They obviously didn't do an awful lot of walking. Yay. Take a photograph. Ordered the final rendezvous. Like that. Everything we don't want. Like that. don't really need it. I guess I have to accept because I've just... Okay. Yeah, PvP is off. So, back to the anomaly. And while we remember, we want to take the photonics core with us. So I didn't do it any quicker. I was probably doing the derelict I was doing at the beginning for about a quarter of an hour. It's taken about 4 hours, I think it's par for the course. I always seem to do it in 4 hours. That's the third time I've done it now. Wasn't really looking forward to doing it again, but at least I could see that everything was fixed. Yeah. Is this the outward one or the inward one? Or is it both? Yeah, I usually stream for about 4 hours, so it works out. As we'll chuck all of this in and then we'll work out if we want it later. Probably nothing else I want. Apart from these. That back with me. I brought them with me in the first place. They're always handy. Chromatic metal is always handy. Not much of that, but if anything. Sea glass be worth something, I guess. It's worth quite a lot. Get the wiring limbs back because I brought them with me in the first place. Don't really need the nutrient processor. Tritium's always handy. Photophosphate is something you don't often collect. Yeah, but storm crystals have got a purpose, whereas sea glass doesn't appear to have a purpose. You're going to have to add a purpose. Sound was all awful there. Is it conversion from experimental then? Yeah. Exosuit. Exosuit. Everything in my exosuit. Except for that. 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 So we got one more Photonics core, which is always good. That can go in the starship. That can go in the starship. That can go in the starship. I've usually got some space for those. That can go in the freighter. That can go in the freighter. Who wants the heat capacitor? Kronos 195. Might not still be here. Might even have one. Cross crystal selenium. I need to go and get that. Updating now. It didn't update till I stopped playing another game I was in. What's the other game? Peppa Pig. Selenium and frost crystal. Oh, I haven't got enough frost crystals to make one, I think. much do I need? Just a bit more. Phosphorus, phosphorus, phosphorus. Yes, I've got that. So... where is it? Phosphorus, 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 phosphorus. $200. Still haven't got enough. I've got enough frost crystal now. I keep wanting to go there because I got it out of there. Frost crystal. $98. Dioxide. I don't know where this person is. Because they might not know where the grill is. There we are. Right. I told him I was next to the grill, but he might not have known I was next to the grill. But I needed to make it anyway, so it took me a little while. Okay, so I'll finish off as I do on my videos, which is travel well and goodbye for now.